Scary sleep stories.
Welcome to Sleep Stories in Rain, where innocent wooden boards become gateways to the unknown and ancient spirits await your questions. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadowy realm of Ouija board encounters, where simple games become doorways to entities that perhaps should have remained undisturbed. Support our channel by hitting like and subscribing, joining a community that dares to peer beyond the veil between worlds. Share your most unsettling Ouija board experiences in the comments. Whether it was an unexpected message, a planchette moving on its own, or a presence that lingered long after the board was put away. Your stories fuel our exploration of the supernatural. For those using these tales to drift into sleep, we've added 7 hours of gentle atmospheric music to guide you into slumber. Whether you're here for paranormal encounters, warnings from beyond, or tales that challenge your beliefs about death itself, prepare to enter a world where the barrier between the living and the dead is paper thin. Let's begin with our first story.
They say when you're truly alone, you notice sounds you never heard before. Walls, windows, your own heart, it all gets louder. That's what I thought it would be like, living in this place after everything fell apart. I picked this old house out of desperation, the kind of desperation that makes you accept cracked paint and crooked floors because they're cheap and quiet and, most of all, far from where anyone knows your name. I left my last box on the porch when the daylight faded, thinking I'd finish in the morning. That first night, the house seemed to be holding its breath. I went to bed early, wrapped in 2 blankets, the floor cold under my toes. The smell of old wood and rain hung in the air, and I tried not to think about Lydia. But when the world dropped to silence, something else started. I heard it just after midnight. Tiny voices like wind pushing through a keyhole, but sharper. Too soft to make out at first, just a hush-hush sound. I told myself it was the pipes, or maybe it was mice in the walls. I pulled the pillow over my head, but then came the careful, careful whisper, Marnie. My name, spoken like a secret. I stiffened. The air froze against my cheeks. I tried to laugh, but my mouth was too dry. I closed my eyes and forced myself to think of nothing, just blackness, until I finally slept. Morning was thin and gray, the kind that makes everything look washed out. I told myself the voice had been a dream, nothing more. The house wanted to remind me it was old, alive in small ways. If I acted normal, maybe it would too. I spent the day cleaning. Most of the rooms looked untouched for years, dust thick in the corners and yellowed wallpaper curling away from the seams. By afternoon, my hands were raw and my knee ached from kneeling. I picked up a strip of stained wallpaper in the hallway. It crumbled to the touch, revealing a strip of rotten plaster and something stuck inside. Paper. I tugged gently, and a photograph slid out, stiff with age. It was black and white, curled at the edges. A row of children stood with a woman and man, their faces pale and careful. One girl's face was smudged out, like someone had pressed a thumb hard enough to erase her. I shivered. Tucked behind it were 2 more photos, both cracked and stained from water damage. Each had holes where the eyes should be, scraped away until only empty ovals remained. The whispers returned before dusk, thinner now, just at the edge of hearing. I put the photos back, my hands shaking. I didn't want to touch them again. I told myself I would throw them out in the morning. But as soon as I stepped away, the feeling came that I was being watched by something from deep inside the walls. A week slipped by, thick with chores and bottled up unease. I tried to ignore the strange quiet between the walls. Sleep was just a rumor. When I managed an hour here or there, I always woke up with my jaw sore from clenching and my sheets twisted in a knot. Once, just before dawn, I thought I saw something flicker past my doorway. I told myself it was a shadow, nothing more. Always nothing more. The kitchen sink groaned on Thursday, water spilling in bursts and dying to a trickle. My nerves rattled. I called Owen, the local handyman, to patch it up, mostly so I wouldn't have to be alone. Owen arrived mid-morning, tall and calm, moving around my boxes like a man who'd spent his life in other people's half-lived spaces. He asked where the shutoff was, knelt to look at the pipe, and let me busy myself with coffee. The silence stretched as he worked. I caught myself watching the walls, every settling sound sharpening into something alive. Funny house? Owen said, inspecting the tangle under the sink. She's got history. My father used to say some places keep their scars. I looked up, mug in hand, and tried to sound normal. You mean the creaks? He shrugged, glancing at me with a look that was half warned, half kind. Sometimes it's more than that. You might hear things here you don't want to. If you do, best not listen too close. I wanted to laugh, but there was no warmth behind it. The memory of my name whispered in the dark curled at the back of my tongue. Owen finished the repair, replaced the leaking pipe, and tested the water. All the while, the house felt like it was listening too. That evening, sleep wouldn't come. I lay beneath blankets, listening to the old fridge hum and the wind scrape a branch across the siding. The house pressed in, heavy and still. I gave up just after midnight and padded downstairs, hoping a glass of milk would settle my nerves. As I passed the living room, I felt a coldness pooling by the window, a breath, not a draft. My eyes traced the walls, shadow eddies in the moon's thin light. Then something shifted. From the deepest corner, I saw a shadow move. It wasn't sharp, more like a blur, but it stretched up the wall, almost human, and then another joined it, smaller, hands trailing after. Both shapes pressed against the peeling wallpaper, writhing upward like they wanted out. My heart hammered. I blinked and backed toward the doorway. The shadows clung to the wall, the bigger one folding over the smaller, reaching, merging, until both faded into nothing. All I heard was the faintest whisper, gone as soon as it started. I ran upstairs, milk left untouched, and locked my bedroom door. The house felt alive around me. That's how it began. I started keeping the lights on all night, but it didn't stop the things in the dark. Time meant nothing in that house. My days blurred together. I started sleeping with my phone on, talking to myself or to Lydia's voicemail, just to fill the emptiness. Every time I circled the stairs, I felt watched. The photographs in the hallway called to me. I tried to ignore them, but each morning the stack seemed to inch out of the drawer, begging to be seen. One evening, with the world outside drowned in rain, I gave in and laid them out on the dining table. The faces were wrong. What was once a blurry father at the end of the row now had clearer features. His mouth was sharp, cruel. His eyes were no longer empty spaces. They had new shapes. I touched the paper, breath short. In one photo, the father's face had started to look like mine. Not exactly, but almost. The jawline, the set of the mouth. My own eyes stared back, but they were filled with hatred. I dropped the photos, panic running cold through my spine, and reached for my phone. Lydia picked up on the third ring, her voice rough with sleep. She tried, again, to convince me to leave. Her words meant nothing anymore. I told her about the shadows, the faces in the photos, the voices. Every detail spilled out in a rush, my confession, or maybe a warning. She promised to visit the next day. I wanted to believe her, but I wasn't sure morning would ever come. The house didn't want me to leave. That night, the air was thick with bitterness. The rain pounded harder until the walls seemed to pulse with every drop. The voices were everywhere, no longer whispers but angry, desperate cries. They circled me, filling every inch of space. I covered my ears, but the words only grew stronger. Blame, grief, cold fury. I saw shadows pooling in the corners, arms outstretched. I screamed that I wasn't the monster they thought I was. My words fell flat against the roar. I ran from room to room, lights flickering with every step. In the hallway, the photographs fluttered and fell to the floor. Every one of them now showed my face. I caught my reflection in the window. My mouth moved, but the face looking back wasn't mine anymore. It twisted into a sneer I'd never worn. The voices reached an ear-splitting pitch, as if the house was folding in on itself. I reached for my phone, tried to dial Lydia. My hands shook so badly I could barely manage the buttons. But when her voice finally answered, I couldn't speak. I tried to say my name, but it was gone, taken, or forgotten. I couldn't tell the difference. There was nothing left but the thunder and the humming of voices in the walls. Something took my hand, cold and soft as a child's, and pulled me forward. The world narrowed into the space behind the wallpaper, where the voices waited for their justice. I let them take me. In the morning, the house was silent. The coffee on the counter steamed into nothing. Owen would come looking eventually, but there would be no sign of me. Just a chill, an echo, and the feeling that something inside the walls was finally at peace.
If that first encounter with the other side sent chills down your spine, remember to hit that like button and subscribe for more supernatural tales. Your support allows us to continue bringing these haunting Ouija board stories to life. Now, let's continue our journey beyond the veil with our next story.
I never believed in ghosts, never believed in anything I couldn't see or touch, but that first night in the row house changed all of it. The air was cold, sharper than I remembered from the afternoon, and the old wooden floor creaked even when I stood still. I kept waiting for everything to settle, but it never did. Some places have a hush you can live with. This one felt like the silence pressed in from every side, like walls listening. After midnight, I lay in bed with my eyes open. The little street lamp outside the window threw a thin yellow bar of light across the ceiling. My hands were tucked under the blanket, holding on to that warmth like a lifeline. There were still boxes in the hallway. There were still pieces of someone else's life under every coat of paint and every nailed frame. I tried to make my mind blank, to picture nothing but the darkness and sleep. That's when I heard it. A whisper. Very soft, somewhere in the room. My heart kicked hard. I tried to listen again, barely breathing. I wanted to tell myself it was the heating, or maybe a neighbor in another house, thin walls carrying sound. But it was right here, just under the words. I heard it. A child's voice, too young for any of my neighbors. Grace. It sounded like my name, like a girl calling out for someone she trusted. My whole body tingled, every tiny hair lifting. I turned on the lamp, the weak yellow light making everything look more real and less at the same time. I waited, straining for breath, listening for another sound, but it was gone. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard footsteps down the hall or giggling. But when I checked, nothing moved, only the shadows that belonged to me. The next morning, I tried to act like normal. I chided myself for being jumpy. Beth called to check in, and I made my voice cheerful, even when she asked if I was adjusting. I lied and said yes. That night, I sat on the floor of the spare bedroom, unpacking the last few boxes. I thought I could hear something moving in the walls, a scuffle, maybe a mouse. I got on my hands and knees, pressing my ear to the cold plaster. It was so faint, almost like breathing. I opened the closet to put away an armful of sweaters. Halfway up the wall, the paint looked off. There was a small, warped board, different grain and color than the rest of the paneling. I pushed at it. It shifted with a muffled creak. I hesitated, but my curiosity didn't let me walk away. I worked my fingers under it and yanked. A sour, damp smell drifted out. Dust fell in a light spray. I shone my phone light inside. My light flashed across something small. A shoe, blue canvas streaked with mud, the laces tangled and rotten. It was no mouse. It was the kind of shoe a little girl might wear, set so deep in the dark that I understood with a cold, quick certainty it wasn't lost by accident. I pulled my hand back like I'd touched fire. My breath came fast and shallow. The air in the closet felt heavier. Suddenly, the whispering started again, soft, so close I could almost feel it on the side of my neck. Let me out. I stumbled away from the closet, heart racing. I told myself I was tired, that I'd always had an overactive imagination. Still, I shut the door behind me, braced a chair under the knob, and sat in the middle of the room until first light seeped through the windows. Even in the morning, the feeling didn't leave. My skin prickled every time I looked at that closet. I kept my feet off the floor and watched my own breath rise in the chilly air. The house wasn't silent anymore. It was full of whispers, and every one of them knew my name. Beth showed up 3 days later, dragging a 6-pack and a tote bag spilling over with takeout. She didn't even try to hide the way she looked at the house, wrinkling her nose as she slipped off her boots by the door. "Place still giving you the creeps?" she asked, eyeing the yellowed wallpaper and crooked fixtures. I shrugged and tried to smile, but I knew she could see how tired I looked. We sat in the kitchen, eating fries that had gone cold and making nervous jokes about dust bunnies and ghosts with union jobs. But after a while, Beth gave up on the jokes. "What's really going on?" She leaned over the table, lowering her voice like someone might overhear us. "You look awful, Grace. You sound frayed. Do you want to talk about it?" I tried to laugh, but it broke halfway out of my throat. "I keep hearing things at night," I told her. "Voices. It's like like someone's whispering under the floorboards. Beth's expression softened, but I could see the alarm lurking underneath. You need sleep, girl. Seriously. Old houses creak. Pipes talk to each other. You want me to stay over? I started to say no, but I didn't want to be alone. Not with the closet door locked and my heartbeat climbing into my throat every time the wind picked up. So she dragged her bag to my room and flopped onto the extra pillow, cracking jokes about hauntings and how she could take on anything with a baseball bat and half a beer. We tried to ignore the silence pressing through the walls. Sometime after midnight, I heard soft footsteps in the hallway. Bare, light, too quick for an adult. Beth heard it too. Her eyes went wide in the dark. Tell me you have rats. No, I whispered, voice shaking. I don't think it's rats. She squeezed my hand tight under the blanket. For a long time, we just lay there, breathing together, every muscle tight as wire. Around 3, the room seemed to get colder. I felt something touch my foot, just a brush, but enough to send my legs jerking back. We heard it then. Crying, faint and hopeless, floating through the vent. It wasn't like the first whispers. This was louder, angry and hurt. It made the air thick and sour. I looked at Beth, and she looked back with a fear that didn't need words. After that night, she wouldn't joke about ghosts. Morning came slow and gray. Beth pretended to be tough, fixed coffee with hands that shook. You sure you're okay? She muttered. If this gets worse, I'm making you sleep at my place. Don't care what you say. I nodded, just glad she was still there. But the daylight didn't help. Something in me kept pushing for answers, anything to explain what was happening. I pulled my laptop into the living room, searching news archives, house listings, old neighbors. The screen glowed on my knees as I clicked through decades of missing kid reports, suddenly obsessed. Beth watched me from the doorway, arms crossed. What are you looking for? There was a girl, I said. I keep seeing her in my dreams. I found a shoe in the wall that would fit a kid, too small for anyone else. Beth came to sit beside me, her shoulder warm against mine. Don't get lost in this, Grace. I ignored her. I read everything I could find. The police report was short. Anna Fielding, 7 years old, disappeared from our address, never solved, last seen playing in the street. Beth went quiet when I read that out loud. I saw her hands grip her knees, knuckles bone white. In my head, a memory flickered. A girl with wide blue eyes, sneakers barely tied, a smile, hesitant, hiding from someone in a game. The more I read, the louder the voice in the house became. That night, even Beth heard it. Someone singing through the vent, lost and broken. She looked at me, fear now wide and real. Grace, she whispered. Did you know her? Did you live here before? I wanted to say no, but the words caught in my throat. I stared at the wall where the singing rose and dipped, a lullaby I half remembered. The fear felt heavier than the house itself. I didn't sleep the following night. My mind turned the same memory over and over. A girl with blue shoes, a game in a house that felt almost familiar. My chest felt tight with dread. Beth drifted in and out on the couch, restless and wary. I could tell she was scared. My fear was older and sharper. Just after 3, the air in the house became bitter cold. Every shadow seemed to stretch and tremble, pushing against the dim light from the lamp. It all drew me to the closet, the one with the loose board. My legs felt heavy as I crossed the room. Beth watched me, silent. I yanked the chair away and pressed my palm flat to the board. My fingers found the edge and pulled. I crawled inside, half blind from the dust, my heart banging out a frantic beat. The smell was stronger now, sour and thick. My light trembled in my hand. I swept it over the dirt and found the small blue shoe again, tucked near the back. Something else glinted there, a ribbon, pink and faded, tangled in what looked like scraps of old fabric. I reached out and touched the shoe. The earth seemed to breathe beneath my hand. A cold voice puffed against my ear, as if someone crouched right beside me. Don't leave me. The air hissed above my head. My skin crawled. I dug into the dirt with both hands, not thinking, just knowing I had to find what was there. My fingers struck something hard. I pulled and the dirt gave way, revealing bones, small, delicate, ringed with scraps of cloth and laces almost gone to dust. My body locked, memories crashed over me. A summer day, giggling, Anna's chubby hand in mine, the game we played, the hideaway behind the wall. Promises that I broke when I got scared and ran at a grown-up's call. Anna whispering, I stayed hidden, just like you said. Beth grabbed my ankle, pulling me back to the now. My hands were shaking and filthy. "Grace, are you okay?" Her whisper was broken, thick with panic. I wanted to answer, but my mouth was dry, fear swelling behind my sternum. I crawled out, eyes burning. "Call the police," I choked. "Tell them about Anna. She's here. She's been here all along." Everything after blurred. Police cars at dawn, blue lights jumping off the walls. Beth holding me tight in the hallway while I sobbed. Officers gently searching the crawl space, their voices turning hushed when they found the remains. I sat by the front window, knees to my chest, watching strangers carry little bags out into the brightening day. The house felt lighter, as if it, too, had let out a breath. Beth squeezed my hand and didn't let go. When the last police car left, Beth walked me out to the porch. I stared at the patchy grass, the sunlight reaching for the stoop. I thought I would feel relief, but all I had was grief and cold emptiness. I left that house before noon. I packed just what I could carry. For days after, I saw Anna in every shadow, her round face, blue shoes tapping along my dreams. Sometimes she smiled, but most nights she only watched from a distance, quiet and sad. Beth calls me often. She tells me I did the right thing, that I helped Anna find peace. But I know the truth. Peace is a story we tell ourselves so we can someday sleep again. Sometimes, when everything else is silent, I hear the old house in my mind, the scraping of her shoe, the way my name slipped between the walls. I know some ghosts move on, but some stay inside us, waiting for us to remember, listening for our voices in the dark. Sometimes when I look in the mirror, I see myself smiling back. The problem is, I'm not smiling. I was never the type to believe in ghosts or doubles or any of those stories you hear late at night. I figured, if you stare at anything long enough, your brain starts inventing things to fill the gaps. Faces in the dark, voices in the radiator. My worst habits were working overtime and reheating soup, not letting my imagination run wild. But here I am, telling you something I know you won't believe, maybe because I barely believe it myself. It started on a Thursday after a late shift. My apartment was its usual mess, a scatter of coffee mugs, a hoodie tossed over the arm of the couch, screen lights still glowing in the corner from my work laptop. I wanted nothing more than to crawl into bed and disappear. Instead, I stood in the bathroom, head foggy, brushing my teeth like a machine. My reflection matched me until it didn't. One moment I was wiping a dribble of toothpaste off my chin. The next I looked up and saw myself smiling, a wide, slow grin, almost lazy. I wasn't smiling. My mouth was tight, tired, but the other me, my reflection, was beaming. I flinched and spat toothpaste everywhere, splattered the glass. That broke it. Just my face again, pale and anxious, brow furrowed, eyes darting. I pressed my fist to the sink to feel something solid. Probably nothing, I told myself. Exhaustion. My heart hammered all the way to my throat as I stared at that face for another 10 seconds, daring it to move without me. It didn't. I wiped the glass with a towel, covering my own face, then turned the light off and left the bathroom door open. Just in case. I tried to laugh it off as I crawled into bed, but the room felt too quiet. I pulled the covers up, phone in hand, scrolling away from sleep. Even with my back to the window, I kept seeing that split second of a grin. I kept thinking, what if I catch it again? What if I don't? Daylight usually cleans up bad dreams, but I woke up gritty and slow, feeling like I'd slept with my eyes wide open. My hands shook as I made coffee. I kept bumping into reflections. The microwave door, the hallway mirror, the screen of my dark laptop. I avoided them all. By night, I was angry at myself for being so twitchy. I convinced myself it had been a trick of light, a muscle spasm, anything except what it felt like. I stood in front of the living room mirror, arms crossed, jaw set. I watched myself. The streetlights bled through the curtains, laying gray stripes across both of us. If it was just my mind, I'd prove it. I did a little test. Turned my head to the left, quick. My reflection copied me, but a half-second slower, like buffering on a bad internet video. I blinked hard, shook out my hands, raised my right arm. In the mirror, my arm jerked, then followed as if uncertain about the movement. Not perfect. Not right. A cold rush spilled over my skin, and without thinking, I muttered, "You're not me." My voice felt weak, small, swallowed by the silence. My reflection stood there, head cocked, eyes locked on mine, not moving for a long, breathless moment. Just waiting, I thought, though I didn't know what for. I pressed tape over that mirror before I went to bed, heart in my mouth. I watched the covered glass from my mattress for what felt like hours, afraid of what might press against the other side. The next morning, I couldn't bring myself to touch the mirrors. I tiptoed around my own apartment, coffee trembling in my grip. Even my phone screen made my stomach twist, but I kept telling myself I had to be normal. People would notice if I slipped up. I sent my sister a text, just a stupid meme from the night before. She replied with too many laughing emojis, then a voice note telling me she'd call me after work. Her voice sounded so normal, steady and warm, that for a moment I almost believed everything was fine. At lunch, I tried to call her, wanting to ask her if she'd ever seen, well, anything strange in a mirror. But as soon as she picked up and said, "Hey Morgan, what's up?" my throat closed up. I mumbled something about work being crazy and my sleep being weird. She told me to light a candle, play calming music, come out for brunch at the weekend. I said, yeah, sure. I could hear the worry hiding under her words. When we hung up, I sat alone at my kitchen table, scrubbing my hands through my hair, wishing I could just say it, that there was something wrong in my apartment, that maybe there was something wrong with me. I distracted myself by pacing the living room, but every reflective surface seemed to tug at my eyes. The dark TV screen, the glass of the picture frames, the microwave. I kept the kitchen lights off, too scared to see my own outline flicker in the oven door. Night fell sticky and close. I tried to watch a movie, then gave up and just stared at the rain running down the window. My mind kept replaying that test in the mirror, the way my other self never quite matched. I thought about calling my sister, just to hear her tell me I was being ridiculous. But I was scared that if I actually told her, she'd hear something wrong in my voice. She'd come see for herself. And what if she saw it too? Or worse, what if she didn't? I nearly jumped out of my skin when there was a knock on the door. Not a friendly tap, an insistent old knuckle knock that kept going until I answered. Mrs. Ellis stood there, holding a dish towel and a steaming bowl of soup. Her gaze swept over me, sharp, and I saw her eyebrows draw together as she took in my tangled hair and the dark bags under my eyes. She stepped closer into the fluorescent glow of the hall. "You look a fright, dear," she said. "You haven't been sleeping." It wasn't really a question. She noticed everything. Her perfume carried in behind her, violets and something old and powdery. I tried to smile, but it felt wrong on my mouth. "Just work, Mrs. Ellis. You know how it is. You haven't been answering the door these days." She winked, then eyed something over my shoulder. I realized she was looking at the sheet taped over the hallway mirror. "You redecorating?" The lie came out easy. "Just spilled something. Haven't got around to scrubbing it off yet." She didn't buy it. I saw her frown deepen as she peered over her glasses at me. She pointed with a spoon. "You shouldn't let yourself get too lonely. Bad for the mind, being alone too long." She handed me the soup. It was hot and smelled like chicken and dill. I noticed her glasses glinting, and I looked away, careful to keep my eyes down. "You got anyone coming by?" she asked briskly. "Sister, maybe?" "Maybe this weekend," I said. The words felt empty. "Thank you for the soup." She squeezed my arm, soft but firm. Her eyes searched mine for a long moment, then she turned away, little earrings jangling, and shuffled off down the hall. I closed the door gently and pressed my forehead to the wood, soup forgotten, wishing it didn't get so quiet at night. I caught my blurred reflection in the glass of the microwave. My mouth was set. The other side seemed to twitch. After midnight, the rain picked up. I lay in bed, covers pulled up to my ears, muscles tight and cramping. Every creak in the pipes or hiss from the radiator made me flinch. When I finally got up for a glass of water, I walked through the silent living room and stopped cold. The flat-screen television was off, but I could see something moving on its dark surface, a faint outline of myself, but shifted slightly behind where I should have been. I stepped closer. My reflection smiled, a sly, secret grin. Then, clear as day, I saw it raise its hand and press palm to the inside of the screen, as if trying to push through. My breath caught. The cold in the pit of my stomach spread like black oil. I stared, unable to move, watching my other self on the other side, lips curling in delight. It mimed the motion of opening a door. A stifled noise escaped my throat. I jerked away, shoving the coffee table, sending stuff tumbling. I fumbled in the dark, desperate to avoid every gleam and shimmer. Somewhere in the building, a door slammed, echoing through the night. I closed my eyes and listened to the panicked thump of my own heartbeat, unable to shake the feeling that something was moving in the glass, just waiting for me to look. The storm hit just before midnight. I paced the apartment, count of my footsteps lost, lights flicking on and off as thunder rattled the windows. Wind howled through the cracks, making the place groan and sigh. Every time the lightning lit up the living room, shadows jumped and fled, and my breath felt sharp as glass. I was staring, numb, at the sheet taped over the hallway mirror. It fluttered, then clung flat as if a hand pressed from the other side. I backed away. Water dripped somewhere, steady as a metronome. The scratching sound started soft, then grew. Something was raking nails down the glass behind the sheet. I don't know why I pulled the tape up, but the urge was sudden, overpowering. I had to see. The mirror was fogged with my own messy breathing. For a moment, I saw nothing, just myself, pale and shaky, eyes wide and rimmed with fear. Then the reflection smiled, my mouth stretching in a slow, gleeful curve I did not feel. It tapped once, sharply, from inside the glass. The lights flickered. My reflected hand rose and pressed flat against the glass, though my real arms hung limp at my sides. I felt bone-deep cold leach up through my fingers, down my back. Thunder crashed. My reflection stepped forward, and I mean that literally. It advanced, shuddering like film skipping frames, until its forehead touched the inside of the mirror. The surface rippled, dark as oil. My legs gave out, and I dropped to the floor. I tried to crawl back, but the air pressed hard against my chest, and the apartment closed in. There wasn't space enough to run. The double leaned out. It moved impossibly, one shoulder sliding through, then the other, limbs folding and unfolding like a paper doll. When it emerged, it wasn't a ghost or a shadow, it was me. Same tired eyes, same messy hair, same faded sweater. It looked down, and its face twisted with hunger and triumph. It crouched so close that I felt its breath chill my cheek. Its voice was soft, my own, but wrong, echoing from the bottom of a well. "I've been waiting." It reached out and touched my face, gently as a mother with a fevered child. The world tilted, colors bleeding to gray. My thoughts shattered. Terror became something endless and deep. I remember falling through something cold and black. When I opened my eyes, I was looking out from the other side of the glass. I could see my room, but couldn't step into it. My hands, pale, trembling, came up and pressed against the cold silver surface, but I was weightless. I watched as the double, my double, tidied my hair, tugged at my sweater, and left the room. Everything changed after that. I could scream, but no one heard. I could weep, but never made a sound. Dana came by the next morning, banging on the door until I finally let her in. I watched as the double laughed, told her everything was fine, promised to meet up soon for lunch. She hugged the double, never looking into the mirror long enough to see me, my mouth open in silent, useless warning. Mrs. Ellis waved from across the hall. The double smiled so wide it made my chest ache. Days blurred. I pounded the glass. I begged, shouted, fought, but all anyone saw was their own reflection, and my prison was wrapped in silver and lies. Sometimes, late at night, the double looks in, face pressed close until only our eyes exist, and it grins, waiting for me to see. I wonder how long it stood behind the glass, watching my life, wanting to step through. Now I wait and watch, unseen, as it lives in my place, in my skin. Sometimes, in the faint light of the television or the streaked window, I see my own face staring back at me from the world outside. I wonder if one day someone will notice. I wonder how long until the mirror finds someone new. I wonder how long I'll remember who I was, before I was nothing but a voice behind the glass. When you live in the city, you get used to sound, the constant hum, the distant sirens, the always somebody up somewhere. Out here, the quiet is thick and strange. It buzzes against your skin, makes your thoughts ring louder. That's what hit me the first night in the old house. I remember lying in bed just listening. Not to anything in particular. Just the nothing. No cars, no late-night laughter, nothing but the wind moving stiff branches against the siding. The dark felt heavier than I was used to. Beside me, Elsie was already drifting in and out, curled small under the weight of 3 blankets, face tucked into my shoulder. She was always the first to sleep, even when we lived above a bar. Her arm flopped across my chest, and I could feel her warmth. I wanted to let the comfort in, but I couldn't quiet my mind. Somewhere close, the house creaked. Then a closer sound, like a sigh, pressed tight against the wall behind my head. Not pipes, not wind. Flesh and breath, rasping out just behind the faded wallpaper. I sat up so fast I startled Elsie. "What?" she mumbled, half awake. I hesitated. My heart was thudding, nothing else but the stillness. "Probably just the house," I whispered. I had to believe it. Elsie was already gone again, her face relaxing, steady breath in the dark. But I stayed up a long time, waiting for the quiet to settle, for my muscles to unclench. At some point, fatigue won, pulled me under. Daylight came, pale and blue through the curtains. I woke late. Elsie was whistling softly in the kitchen, tap running. I didn't mention the sound from the night before. I brushed my teeth, looking at my own tired face in the streaky mirror. Under my eye, shadows settling in for a long visit. We worked the day away, unpacking boxes, mopping floors, hanging shelves. Elsie made little jokes every time she found another odd mismatch. 3 light switches in one room, no closet door, stairs that sloped toward the north wall. "Character," she said, grinning up at me with messy hair. "It's got tons of character." As twilight fell outside and Elsie turned on the lamps, I heard it again. Faint, buried in the hush, a static flurry, someone whispering too fast to keep up. I froze, hand halfway to the fridge. I waited for it to stop, but it only grew clearer. Phrases, half-formed and tumbling over each other, echoing straight through the old wood and plaster. My own name trickled through the noise. Rachel, soft as breath. I pressed my palms hard against the wallpaper, sucking in cool, dusty air. The walls answered back with a quick, shivering whisper. Not words this time, just need. Elsie walked in, saw my face, and frowned. "You okay?" She set down a box of mismatched mugs. I wanted to tell her. Instead, I shook my head and focused on the lamp's pool of light. "Just tired, must be the move." She kissed my cheek, a little worried, a little amused. "We'll both sleep better tonight, I promise." Later, while Elsie showered, I gathered my cleaning tools and circled the living room. The whisper followed me, faint, but there. When she joined me again, laughing at her towel hair, the noise vanished. After dinner, while Elsie dozed on the sofa, I found myself staring at the walls and listening for secrets. For a while, all I heard was the distant pulse of old pipes and the slow, steady beat of my own heart. But I knew the quiet was only waiting. A week rolled by, sleepless and raw. I started moving through the house different. Quiet, careful, waiting for the walls to exhale. The air felt colder in places, colder than it should, even with winter clawing at the windows. Most nights I tried not to listen, but some part of me was always tuned in. One afternoon, as I was dusting along the upstairs hallway, my fingers caught on something jammed deep in the old air vent. I knelt down, tools in hand, poked through the slats until my fingertip brushed cold metal. It was wedged in tight. I twisted and pried until the thing popped free and clattered to the floor. It was a little toy car, chipped red paint, rusted wheels. Nothing out of the ordinary, right? Except the bottom was caked with dust, thick as cake icing. And as I turned it over in my palm, a wave of sadness hit me, sharp and sudden. I wiped it on my shirt, heart thumping for no reason. I looked around, but the house only watched with its silent 1,000-yard stare. Later, folding towels, I found something else, a crude drawing crumpled between the boards at the back of the bedroom closet. Child's scrawl, faded to blue shadows, 2 stick figures holding hands, a house looming tall above, a smiling sun. Under the drawing, "Forever," pressed hard in jagged letters. I caught myself holding my breath, like waiting for a punchline. I brought them downstairs and set them on the mantel, half expecting Elsie to say something, to laugh. She just glanced over and wrinkled her nose. "Creepy," she murmured, tossing her hair up. "Old junk's everywhere in this place." I nodded, but the drawing made my skin itch. That night, the whispers returned heavier, layered in thick, desperate voices. I lay back in bed, listening as they broke against my mind. "Rachel, Rachel, please, help." Days blurred. I grew short with Elsie. She tried to joke it off, but her smiles fizzled out. One night, after dinner, we sat at the kitchen table, plates untouched. She watched me with tight lips, twisting her ring between her fingers. "Rach, what's going on with you?" she said. "You're always somewhere else lately." Her voice was gentle, but I could feel her worry prickling at the edge. I wanted to let her in, but it all sounded insane. "You ever feel like there's something wrong here?" I asked. She sighed. "You're doing it again. You act like I'm not even here. Is this about work? Is it me?" I shook my head, staring at the scratches in the tabletop. "It's not you, Else. Sometimes I think I hear things, like someone's hurt or lost." She leaned over and took my hand, fingers warm and trembling. "You need to get out. Talk to someone. This house is getting under your skin." She tried to pull me close, but my muscles stayed tight. Her voice cracked a little. "Promise me you'll try? Promise you'll sleep?" I nodded, empty and cold. She pressed a kiss to my forehead, but the comfort barely dented the dread. That night, our backs pressed together in bed. I listened to the house breathe between us, thick with secrets. 2 days later, I was outside, collecting the garbage cans. The old man from next door, Mr. Harlan, stood stooped at the gate, clippers in hand. He watched me, face lined and closed. "You settling in?" he asked, voice as dry as autumn leaves. "As well as anybody could, I guess," I said. I shifted on my heels, unsure. He sniffed. "Don't let that place eat you alive. Some houses don't forget. Some things hang on longer than you want." I stared, heart stumbling in my chest. Did anything strange ever happen here? Before us? For a moment, he just watched me, a sadness in his eyes that cut deeper than the wind. "This house remembers. Just don't dig up more than you want to find." He turned, favoring his left leg, and disappeared behind his fence. The house seemed to shrink behind me in the dusk. I saw it not as shelter, not anymore, but as a mouth waiting to swallow whatever I left out in the open. The last few nights in the house, I didn't sleep at all. The whispers came nonstop, bleeding through the walls, through the air, whispering my name. Sometimes they begged for help. Sometimes they wept until I thought my own heart would break. I tried to shut it out, music, TV, anything, but the voices just got louder, pressing in under the noise. On the coldest night that autumn, I followed the sound. My body moved on its own. There was something in the air, sharp and bitter, like copper pennies on my tongue. I went room to room with a flashlight, saw my breath clouding in the beam. In the hallway, I noticed a draft curling out from behind a warped sideboard. I moved it, hands numb, and found a narrow trapdoor pressed flat against the floorboards. I pried it open. The cold that came out nearly knocked me over. With the light shaking in my hand, I went down. The stairs were splintered and steep. My feet slid, and each breath tasted like stone and earth. Below me, dirt and rotted boards stretched away. Shadows pressed thick against my skin. The crying was soft at first, weaker than before, but as I stepped deeper, it filled the whole cellar, tiny hands pounding at my ribs from inside. My flashlight flickered. In the far corner, something huddled beside a broken crate, a shape too small to be grown, shoulders shaking, face hidden. I crouched, heart pounding so hard it hurt. "Who's there?" My voice was weak, swept away in the echo. The air grew even colder. The shape moved, and when it lifted its head, all I could see were empty holes for eyes, mouth open in a silent, stretched scream. The whispers rushed out from those holes, not words anymore, but memories. I saw a child, shut away and forgotten. I saw a woman sobbing upstairs. I saw rough hands pushing the trapdoor down tight. I remembered suddenly the last words I ever said to my brother, and the way I left him standing alone in the rain. The guilt I'd folded up and buried deep in my chest. The shape reached toward me. Its hands were thin and dark, and they passed right through me, icy needles driving into my bones. Our pain mingled. Our voices became one. "Please, don't leave. I'm still here." Hot tears burned down my cheeks. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I won't leave you." The crying halted. The thing in the dark shivered, then began to dissolve, fading until only the cold remained. I climbed out of the cellar, numb and trembling. I washed my hands twice, 3 times, but the chill stuck. Upstairs, the house was silent. No whisper, no weeping, only the emptiness of rooms that didn't want me anymore. Elsie was gone by morning. I found a note in her flowing script. She loved me but couldn't carry this anymore. The house and I belonged to each other now, she wrote, and she had to save herself. Now, in the dead of each night, I sit with the silence crawling under my skin. I listen for the walls, but they don't reach out. I wonder if all the secrets in me have replaced the sorrow in the house, if now I'm the one who won't let go. Sometimes, just at dawn, I think I hear the faintest echo, a small voice, a lonely whisper, waiting for someone to remember. I listen every time and I know I'll never leave. Not really. Some houses and some hearts remember forever. I used to think ghosts were just stories for kids. You'd whisper them at sleepovers, laughing when the lights flickered or the wind rattled the windows. But those nights felt safe because, deep down, I never believed any of it could be real. Until the first night I woke up and saw a little boy standing at the foot of my bed, watching me in the dark. He looked almost familiar. The house smells like old books and mothballs. Every room creaks. The wallpaper peels at the corners, and sometimes I hear the pipes sigh. I haven't lived here since I was 11, but when Grandma died, there was nobody else left to sort things out. Erin helps when she can, but she's got her own life across town. At night, it's just me and the silent, sprawling house she left behind. On the first night, I lay awake, listening to the old clock downstairs tick away the seconds. Outside, rain pattered against the windows. The room felt too big. Or maybe I just felt smaller than I did as a kid. I must have dozed off around midnight. When I opened my eyes again, the digital clock on the nightstand said 3:11. My mouth was dry. The air had a weird chill, colder than the rest of the house. That's when I felt it, the certainty of not being alone. I propped myself up on my elbows, heart pounding. Moonlight crept in through the window, throwing faint lines on the threadbare carpet. There was someone at the end of the bed. I blinked, thinking maybe it was a shadow from the dresser. But the shape was wrong. It was small, still, and almost featureless in the dark. A child, I realized. My breath caught in my throat, and for a second I honestly thought I was dreaming. I even pinched my arm to check. The shape didn't move. It stood there facing me. A little boy, I thought, though all I could really see was the outline of thin arms, bony knees. My blanket was bunched up in my fists, and I stayed that way, frozen, until the clock ticked over to 3:12. Then I blinked again, and the boy was gone. The room warmed up. I let myself breathe. I told myself it was just a dream. Maybe old houses play tricks on tired minds. Maybe it was stress or a flicker of headlights through the window. But in the morning, I didn't feel rested at all. The bruise on my forearm was new, too. 3 pale prints, like a child's hand had tried to grip me while I slept. I pressed a finger to the spot, but it didn't hurt so much as it made my stomach twist. It was cold in the kitchen, colder than it should have been with the heat on. I poured my coffee, spilled some, cleaned it absently. Every small sound, the hum of the fridge, the rattling of the spoon seemed too loud. That's when I heard it, soft like a memory of a voice, rising from behind me. Remember me. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I spun around, half expecting to see someone right behind me. But the kitchen was empty, nothing out of place, no open doors or gusts of wind. My cup was shaking in my hand. I put it down before I dropped it altogether. The bruise, the shadow, the voice, all of it nagged at me. I thought about calling Erin, telling her I was freaking myself out. But I knew how that would sound, and I didn't want her to laugh, not yet. Instead, I pulled my sweater over my arm, covered up the marks, and convinced myself that people who leave lights on at night probably sleep better than those who don't. I left every lamp in the house burning for the rest of the day, just in case. Erin showed up the next afternoon with 2 coffees and a bag of lemon scones. She made jokes about haunted houses before she even crossed the threshold, grinning as she handed me a pastry. I tried to laugh along, but I could tell she noticed the way my hands shook. I covered it by grabbing a stack of old photo albums, pretending I was eager to show her something. We sat together on the living room floor, sun coming in through the dusty curtains, surrounded by boxes that still smelled like Grandma's perfume. We flipped through pictures. Most of them were stiff family portraits, relatives I barely remembered, a few holiday shots with Erin and me as kids, faces smeared with cake. On the 3rd album, Erin paused. "Hey, where's the rest of this photo?" She pointed to a faded group picture. The faces in the back row bled into one another, and next to Grandma was a dark blur. It was the size and shape of a child, but the features were all wrong, just melted shadows where a face ought to be. Aaron squinted. Weird. Wasn't there another cousin? I shrugged, throat tight. I don't remember. Aaron shoved the album aside and started pulling trinkets from a cardboard box. Old toys, cracked porcelain dolls, a handful of letters with broken wax seals. She made a show of digging deeper. If a little ghost pops out, I'm running for the door, she laughed, but her eyes flicked to the hallway behind me as if she half expected it. After she left, I sat there for a long time, flipping back to that group photo. The empty space pressed on me, a literal gap in the memory of my family. Evening washed gray through the windows. When I stood up, something sharp bit into my heel, a broken, rusted toy car. It was too small for any of my cousins I remembered. That night, I slept in joggers and a sweatshirt, socks pulled up tight. I wanted to feel covered, protected. The house was quiet, too quiet. I kept the hallway light on, bedroom door cracked a little. I woke again, no surprise, I didn't sleep much. The clock glared 3:11 in red. The boy was there at the end of my bed. This time, the chill came with him, a sharp cold that made my teeth ache. I tried to pull the blanket over my eyes, but I couldn't move. My body locked up. I strained to call out, but nothing came out but a whisper. Then he turned his head. In the moonlight, I saw the shape of thin, pale arms, knobby knees poking through torn pajama pants. His lips moved, though I didn't hear words, just the echo. Remember me, floating in the air like cold breath. Somehow my hand slipped free and I fumbled for my phone, but before I could unlock it, the boy was gone. My heart hammered. I wrapped my arms around myself, shaking uncontrollably. The room felt wrong. I stayed awake until dawn crept in, and finally, when I moved to get up, my leg throbbed. I pushed up my pajama leg. More prints. Small, pale, almost translucent. They circled my ankle like a child's desperate grip. By mid-morning, I was sweating and freezing all at once. I called Erin. I tried to sound casual, but my voice was thin. Can you come over? Now? She didn't ask why. She just said, be there in 15. She showed up with a flashlight and a wicked grin, trying to ease the mood. I led her up to the attic. If something was wrong with the house, maybe we'd find it where all Grandma's secrets went to gather dust. The attic reeked of mothballs and old cedar. I switched on the bare bulb. Shadows leapt in the corners. We dug through boxes, tossing aside Christmas ornaments and sweaters chewed to bits by mice. Near the far wall, half buried under a heap of faded blankets and ledger books, Erin found a box marked with a strip of masking tape. On it, in a child's uneven handwriting, Thomas. My whole body went cold. Erin handed me the box. Inside were a stack of letters, all addressed to Mom or Gran, dated decades apart, written in pencil that had faded to gray. The first few drawings, lopsided stick figures holding hands, made my throat tighten. Erin reached into the box and pulled out a note. She squinted at the jagged cursive. It's from Grandma, she read aloud. I can't keep carrying this guilt. You promised it would get better. But I see his face in every dream. Please forgive me. A wave of nausea hit me. I pressed a hand to my stomach, shivering even though the attic was stifling. I need to get some air, I said, my voice small. Erin caught my arm on the way down the stairs. What the hell is happening to you? Her voice was gentle now, and that almost broke me. Are you sick, Morgan? I shook my head, but the words were thick in my mouth. I think the house is haunted. I think it's Thomas. Erin's face went pale. Your old cousin? She whispered it, scared to say his name too loud, as if that alone might wake something up. I could only nod. We sat at the kitchen table as sunrise bleached the sky, both of us hunched over the pile of letters. I tried to tell Erin all of it. The bruises, the dreams, the cold, the little boy I kept seeing. She stared down at her coffee, too tired to joke this time. For the first time since I could remember, neither of us said, "This is crazy," or "You're imagining things." It was as if she could finally sense how real it all was. I told her about the attic, the feeling when we found the box, how Grandma's note sounded more like a warning than a confession. I told her about the boy's face, how it was almost like looking at my own reflection in a warped mirror, just more tired, more desperate. We can't just keep pretending he didn't exist, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Erin nodded, her eyes shiny but fierce. We agreed to stay awake together that night. Erin lined up salt across the bedroom door, clutching a flashlight with white knuckles. I curled up under the covers, arms crossed tight over my chest. We tried to talk about memories. Grandma's cinnamon rolls, the summer the cat had kittens, but the stories kept tangling into silence. 3:11 came like clockwork. The bedroom turned ice cold. The air pressed on my lungs, sour and heavy. Erin started to say something, but her voice died in her throat. At the end of the bed, the boy stood, more real than ever. Thin and hollow-cheeked, dressed in pajamas too short for his bony arms. I tried to reach for Erin, but the paralysis pinned me down. His eyes, gray and endless, met mine. He stepped forward, each footfall shaking the mattress, and stared at me with a hope that hurt. I tried to speak. He blinked, and suddenly the whispers were in my head, memories that were not my own. A locked door. The rough grip of hands pushing him outside. The dark, the cold, the sick ache of wanting to be let back in. He reached for me, icy fingers trailing up my arm. For a moment, I saw what he remembered. Family faces turning away. My face in the window, looking out as he begged, unheard. Tears streamed down my cheeks. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I remember you. I remember you." He stepped closer, pressed his hand flat to my chest. The cold hit my bones. Sorrow, old and sharp, filled the space inside me where my own childhood used to be. For a second, I saw myself standing at the end of the bed, thin and haunted, eyes flickering like candle flames. Then he was gone. Erin shook me awake when the sun came up. I could still feel the imprint of those fingers over my heart. She asked if I was all right, if I'd slept at all. But the words wouldn't come. Later, packing up the letters, I found an old family photo under the last envelope. I'd seen it 1,000 times before, one of those anonymous group shots at a picnic. Only this time, when I looked at myself, my face was blurred and hollow, the smile eaten by static. The spot where Thomas once stood was empty. The house felt heavier after. The rooms watched me. When Erin hugged me goodbye, she held on longer than usual and whispered that she'd call, that I wouldn't be alone. But when I glanced in the bathroom mirror, the skin around my eyes was gray with exhaustion, and the bruise on my arm had deepened, twisting down toward my hand in the shape of small fingers. I left all the lights on that night, but the cold still found me. Now, sometimes, I catch my own reflection in the hall mirror, and I swear it smiles back with someone else's sorrow. The house is quiet, but I know what it means when old pain goes unanswered. I remember you. I always will. But Thomas isn't the only one haunting these halls anymore.
I've spent my career disproving hauntings, but when the board spelled out the words only spoken in my nightmares, I knew something had followed me back. For 6 years, the rational skeptic had been my identity and livelihood. My channel had 3 million subscribers who tuned in weekly to watch me dismantle haunted objects, psychic claims, and paranormal hoaxes with scientific methodology and barely concealed disdain. I'd built a reputation on never finding evidence of the supernatural, only human deception or misunderstood natural phenomena. The Victorian Ouija board was supposed to be episode 200, a milestone celebration of rational thinking. The antique shop owner had the routine down perfectly. Trembling hands, fearful eyes, warnings about the board's bloody history. I'd heard it all before. "This is not a toy, Mr. Chen," he said, refusing to wrap it. The previous owner brought it back, said it was speaking to him even when he wasn't using it. I smiled, slid across my credit card, and promised to respect its power with only the slightest hint of mockery in my voice. Back in my apartment, I set up the filming area with the usual array of instruments: EMF detectors, thermometers, audio recorders, all for show, really. My viewers enjoyed the theater of it all, even knowing the conclusion before the video began. Science would prevail, superstition would fall. The board itself was admittedly impressive, hand-carved mahogany with inlaid mother-of-pearl letters and symbols. The planchette was heavy brass with a genuine crystal viewing lens. I positioned my cameras, donned my serious, investigative expression, and began filming my introduction. Tonight, we're investigating a supposedly haunted Ouija board with a dark history of mysterious deaths and disappearances. I intoned to the camera. As always, we'll follow proper protocols, even lighting these ceremonial candles, before determining if there's anything beyond coincidence and the ideomotor effect at work. I placed my fingers lightly on the planchette, maintaining the perfect balance between pressure and contact that would prevent unconscious movement. "Is there anyone here who wishes to communicate?" I asked with theatrical gravity. I expected nothing, of course. Perhaps a subtle draft would move the planchette slightly, giving me an opportunity to explain how easily our minds attribute meaning to random events. Instead, the brass pointer jerked violently beneath my fingers, nearly breaking my contact as it moved with purpose across the board. I felt a chill sweep over me as it spelled out, "Don't go into the red door." I froze, my rehearsed skeptical commentary dying in my throat. Those were the exact words from the nightmare that had haunted me since childhood, a phrase I'd never uttered aloud, never written down, never shared with anyone. In the dream, a voice always whispered those words as I approached a red door at the end of a shifting corridor. My producer instincts kicked in. "Cut," I whispered, though I was alone. I stopped recording, convinced I must have unconsciously guided the planchette myself. Childhood trauma manifesting through the ideomotor effect. That had to be it. I took a moment to steady myself, then resumed filming, determined to maintain my persona. "Let's try again," I said to the camera. "Is anyone present who wishes to communicate?" The planchette moved immediately, more smoothly this time. "I've been waiting for you to find me." "Who are you?" I asked, professional skepticism warring with a growing sense of unease. "Your watcher." "What do you want?" "To come through." I ended the session abruptly, my hands shaking as I conducted the closing ritual I'd always mocked others for neglecting. Something felt wrong in my apartment that night, cold spots where there shouldn't be, shadows that seemed to move just beyond my peripheral vision. Sleep, when it finally came, thrust me back into my recurring nightmare, but with new elements. The corridor was the same, the red door waiting ominously at the end, but now a tall figure in Victorian clothing stood beside it, face obscured in shadow. "I've been waiting," it said in a voice like dry leaves. "You opened the way." I woke gasping, drenched in sweat, to find my bedroom door standing open, though I distinctly remembered closing it. The next day, I dove into research on the board's provenance, tracing its history through auction records and newspaper archives. It had belonged to a series of owners, many of whom had reported increasing paranoia, night terrors, and eventually, for some, institutionalization or suicide. The original creator was a Victorian occultist named Edward Blackwood, who claimed to have found a way to extend consciousness beyond death. My skepticism was crumbling, but I wasn't ready to abandon it entirely. I called the one person I'd sworn never to contact again, Dr. Alina Vasquez, my former research partner who'd left our university position to pursue parapsychology after claiming to experience something science couldn't explain. "Mike Chen coming to me for help with a haunting," she said when we met in her cluttered office. "I should mark this day on my calendar." I showed her my research and the footage from my session. Her smug expression faded as she watched. "You've never mentioned these nightmares before," she said quietly. "They were irrelevant, just bad dreams. And now the board knows about them." She studied my face. "It's chosen you, Mike. Some people are more sensitive, more perceptible to entities. You've always denied your sensitivity, buried it under skepticism. What exactly are you suggesting? That your nightmares weren't just dreams. This entity, this watcher, has been trying to reach you for years. The board just gave it a stronger connection." I left with a list of protective measures and the unsettling feeling that Elena believed every word she'd said. That night, objects in my apartment moved when I wasn't looking. My carefully organized filming equipment was subtly rearranged. Every reflective surface seemed to show movement that disappeared when I turned to look. I set up for a second session with the board, this time with a desperate need for answers, rather than debunking content. My hands trembled as I placed them on the planchette. "Why have you been in my dreams?" The board spelled out, "Looking for the right one." For what purpose? To where? A cold like nothing I'd ever felt settled over me as the planchette moved faster. "You see both worlds, perfect vessel." Around me, the temperature plunged. My breath fogged in the suddenly frigid air. The lights flickered, and I heard a sound like distant whispering growing steadily louder. "How do I stop this?" I asked, fighting to keep my voice steady. "You don't." The planchette flew off the board, shattering a mirror across the room. In the fractured reflection, I saw not my own face, but the shadowed visage from my nightmares, now wearing a grotesque smile. That night, the boundary between nightmare and reality dissolved completely. I awoke to find my bedroom transformed, the walls stretching at impossible angles, objects from my dreams materializing in corners. Most terrifying of all, a red door now stood on the far wall where no door had been before. The tall figure from my nightmares emerged from the shadows, more solid than ever before, the features beneath the shadow of its top hat still obscured but suggesting a horrible hunger. At last, it said, its voice no longer confined to dreams, a perfect junction of worlds. I scrambled back against the headboard as it approached. With sudden clarity, I remembered Alina's words about acceptance and denial. I'd spent my life denying the reality of things beyond rational explanation, and in doing so had made myself vulnerable. I reached for the Ouija board I'd placed under my bed for safekeeping and held it before me like a shield. "I acknowledge you," I said, my voice steadying. "I see you. But this is my world, my mind, my body, and you are not welcome here." The entity shrieked, a sound that existed somewhere between frequencies. The red door began to glow, opening slowly to reveal a swirling darkness beyond. "You cannot deny me now," it hissed. "You've seen too much." "I don't deny you exist," I said. "I accept that you're real, and that gives me power over you, not the other way around." The door to my bedroom burst open, and Elena rushed in, holding some kind of herbal bundle and ancient-looking papers. She stopped short at the nightmarish scene but recovered quickly. "The board, Mike. Use it to complete the ritual of binding." Together, we placed our hands on the planchette and traced a specific pattern Elena called out. The entity howled and lunged toward us, but each completed symbol seemed to pain it. The red door began to close, pulling the entity back toward it with the force of a vacuum. "This isn't over," it promised as it was dragged back. "I'll wait. I'm very good at waiting." Then it was gone, along with the red door and all the nightmare elements. My bedroom returned to normal, though it felt forever changed to my perception. In the weeks that followed, I shelved my debunking series despite my viewers' confusion and outcry. Elena helped me secure the Ouija board in a protected container, though we both knew the entity wasn't truly trapped in the object, merely blocked from fully manifesting. I began a new series called The Unexplained, approaching paranormal claims with an open but critical mind. I never shared the full truth about my experience, but my perspective had fundamentally changed. There were things beyond our current scientific understanding, doorways better left closed, and entities waiting patiently on the other side. Sometimes in dreams or at the edge of mirrors, I still catch glimpses of my watcher. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I hear its whispered promise, "I'll wait." I know now that some doors, once opened, never fully close.
The moment the fire died, so did the last sound in the valley. Jess shivered beneath layers of fleece, staring into the moonless dark surrounding their little camp. The others, a half-dozen co-workers, city people who barely hiked, shifted in their sleeping bags, awkward laughter fading into wary silence. Nobody wanted to say it out loud, but since they'd set their tents near the stream, things had felt wrong. The air too still, the forest too watchful. Jess tried to sleep, drawing the sleeping bag over her head. But sleep wouldn't come. She kept seeing that strange imprint by the water, a half-obliterated shape, like a huge claw raked through the mud. She told herself it was a bear, nothing more. She pressed her headphones in and scrolled through her playlist, but there was no signal, and her battery was dying. Out here, every small comfort felt fragile. Snap! The sound jolted her upright. Her heart thudded as she strained to listen. Twigs and leaves whispered. Something moving? A deer, maybe, or one of the others going to pee in the woods. Someone snored. Someone else muttered in their sleep. Then she heard it again. Scratch, 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 not from outside. From the thin nylon a foot from her face. A deliberate dragging scrape, like a bony branch or fingernails tracing the shape of her head. Jess held her breath, paralyzed. The scratching circled her tent, slow, unhurried, as if whatever was outside was curious, tasting. She fumbled for her flashlight, but it slipped from her shaking hands. Through the mesh, she saw nothing but inky black. Her voice wouldn't come. The scratching stilled, replaced by a chilling new sound, a low, wet panting, like a dog with something stuck in its throat. It was right outside. She tried to remember the rules. Don't make noise. Stay still. But the thing, a heavy weight pressed against the fabric of her tent. The zipper moved an inch, then another, jerking as though caught on something. Jess couldn't breathe. The zip stopped. An elongated, pallid hand slipped through the tiny gap, fingers slick and jointless, questing blindly in the air. In the moonless dark, it almost glowed, a thing that shouldn't exist. Paralyzed, Jess could only stare. The hand retreated, vanishing as the thing shuffled away, its silhouette indistinct, too tall, too thin, its joints bending in impossible ways. It vanished into the black. It was a nightmare. Had to be. Dawn was bloodless and gray. The others emerged, bleary-eyed, unzipping their tents. Jen claimed she heard coyote yips, and Andy's water bottle vanished. Nobody spoke of the night, until Bree's scream. They ran to her tent by the stream. Her tent had been slashed open. The interior was empty but for a round, dark stain in the grass. Footprints, bare, immense, three-toed, led from her tent into the trees. In the soft earth by the stream, there were more marks, claw shapes, deep furrows gouged under the water, as if something had crawled out of the earth itself. The group argued. Some demanded they stay put for the rangers, others insisted on hiking out. Jess could barely think. Her limbs trembled, her voice gone raspy. She checked her phone, 1% battery, but somehow she still had service. She texted 911, thumb clumsy, before the phone winked to black. It started to rain. Mist condensed around the trunks. Shapes moved in the undergrowth, nothing certain, just flickers in the gloom. Hours stretched. Finally a whistle, we think, from up trail. Relief surged. The ranger? But the footsteps approaching were wrong. They came heavy, sloshing, then light, as if a creature shifted between crawling and walking upright. There were no words, only that rasping, hungry breathing and the scrape of skin on bark. Jess grabbed a branch, her only weapon. The others clustered together, pale and shivering, unable to run. From the mist, the thing emerged, taller than any man, head cocked in mimicry of surprise. Its face was a mask of slack, eyeless flesh, and its mouth, an open maw clogged with black silt, stretched in a silent scream. It moved fast, too fast. Andy vanished, dragged into the trees. Jen ran and didn't return. Someone else sobbed, then was cut off mid-breath. Jess fought. The branch broke. She tried to scream, but the moist, clammy hand closed around her mouth, smothering every sound. Into the mud, into the darkness, she sank. The rangers found the camp 2 days later, tents shredded, the ground churned with prints that started as human and ended as monstrous. Only one person remained, curled in the mud at the water's edge, unblinking, caked in muck, eyes wide and seeing nothing. Jess stared past the living into the thing, waited, patient as the earth. The rangers would later say she whispered only a single word, over and over. Don't dig. Don't let it out.